Hello. Oh shoot, I forgot to update the thing at the top. Well, it's okay, I'm just gonna talk about it. So hello everyone, welcome. Hope you're having a nice Friday. So today what I want to do, and I've just realized, I don't really do, I kind of forgot to do introductions to people who might not have seen my last video, but just a real quick reminder for those of you who might have missed it. This thing, which you're staring at right now, it's called Flareful, and it's a sci-fi tabletop RPG, which I'm going to be working on in this stream. And for everyone who is familiar with it, you have no idea where you are or how you got here. Well, welcome to the madness. This is going to be a very game design stream, but last stream was more like system design, which is why it was very brainstorming and not a lot of progress was made. This is very much going to be like a production stream. This is going to be the type of stream where we're going to be typing a lot of stuff and testing a lot of stuff. Because today I've added a nice little toy to the Flareful website. If you scroll over to this, actually this is not going to be online just yet. I just want to make a few tests locally first before I publish it. But I've added a creature section with automatically updated indexes by alphabetical order, by level, by environment, and then you have the different creature types. And as you can see here, the website now has stat blocks, which are completely integrated. Yeah, the scrolling thingy, I'm just gonna update it real quick. It's in here, text rotator, today's plan, bad guys. And that's the entirety of today's plan. Just bad guys, just a bunch of them. I want to have so many bad guys that I'm gonna have enough for the next 10 playtests if I need to. There we go. So this stat block is completely interactive, so I can send the hit points, I can set the armor, I can do some rolls if I want to. I can do I can link some traits to the chat, and right now this is only visible for yourself, but I'm going to do an integration of Atom 20 so that if you're using a VCT, the other people in the campaign can see it. And I'm also planning on doing some tech wizardry with a service called Pusher, which is WebSockets for the devs out there. So that if you have a campaign set up, you can send the messages to other people in the campaign as well, as long as they're logged in at the same time. You can send attacks, which rolls the attack automatically. You can send basically anything. The only thing that doesn't send anything to the chat yet is this last little thing at the bottom, which is the stuff. Right now it doesn't seem like it does anything. That's because it uses this nonsense, which is the dev console, the plan, and as you can see, I already roll for random loot for every single monster. The plan is to open like a dialogue so that you can choose who to send the loot to, how many times you want to roll the loot, etc, etc. So I have the basic functionality in. It's not pretty, but it's going to get better eventually. Hello, welcome Demon Slayer. We talking I do murder or I smoke sometime bad guys? We're talking mostly I do murder types bad guys. I'm just gonna roll over to this other side. Yeah, that's kind of what I did this morning, basically. It's just set up this entire thing so that I could make a bunch of stat blocks and share them with the players. So let's talk about what's next. The first thing I kind of want to run by you guys, see if there's any hot takes that you guys might have that could make this even better, is the model I'm using for the monsters. See if there's any fields that you think would be useful to have on a monster that is not there at the moment. So here's the creature thingy. This is not going to be extremely readable for people who don't code, so I'm just gonna try to explain it as best I can. The thing you see behind the semicolon here, that's the name of the field, and I'm just gonna do the description of what that field does myself, just to keep it simple. So every single monster is going to have a name, a type, which I have not made any sort of restriction to, right? I could have made it so you could only pick like humanoid, robot, animal, and monster, but I decided that maybe sometimes you would want humanoid with some extra stuff attached to it, like humanoid mutant or something. So I've kept it very freeform for now. Each monster has a level, which for now at least is kind of an indication of how strong I expect the monster to be. Here's the thing about game balance though. I think a lot of you might have discovered my channel through the Battle Sim video, right? The video where I shared the 5e combat simulator. This thing here. Oh, I haven't opened it on Firefox yet. I'm just gonna load like a random battle just to show how it works. This thing is nice, right? I like it. It's one of my favorite childs. It shows you how a 5e battle is expected to go, which is very useful. But one of the reasons this thing worked is that 5e is, for better or worse, a very predictable system, right? If you're a fighter, you are probably going to move towards one enemy and attack them. And that means I can easily predict what people are going to do. I can easily predict the outcome of their actions, and that makes things very tedious if you were to do it by hand, but you can very easily get a computer to run a simulation. Which is exactly why, for Flareful, I'm probably not going to have a battle sim, because one of the goals of the game design is this thing here, which is tactics. And the way I defined it, at least for myself, is that a player should never feel like they have to take the same sequence of action in two different encounters. So if I do my job right, it shouldn't be possible to build something like Battle Sim for Flareful, which means I'm very much evolving in unknown terrain when it comes to the game balance for this game. It's going to take a lot of iterations, it's going to take a lot of playtests, and for now, the best I can do is give monsters a level, and we're gonna see what it looks like later. It's probably not going to look like a level later, but we're gonna see. Then we have environments. So for the environment, for now I have a little list, which I'm not super happy about, but it's okay because that's going to be an entire chapter of the GM section of the rules. So for now, it's only going to be these 6, I think. Yeah, 6 environments: urban, rural, desert, mountain, forest, and coast, which is very like generic and boring. I expect there to be some more post-apocalyptic kind of out there environments later, but that's going to be for another stream. Then we have a description of the monster. So this is Markdown. I can do basically anything I want in it. I can separate it into sections. I can do some formatting. I can add some links, some images, etc. So very free form. I'm probably going to include for every single monster, at the very least, a random table of plot hooks, which would involve that monster. And I say monster because of years and years of playing 5e, but yeah, it's more like a creature or an enemy, an adversary. Then you have a link to a token. So right now on this page, there's a token which is like a default token, which is very ugly on a white background, by the way. I should probably fix that somehow. But you could do some custom tokens for every single monster, and I have like a GIMP project set up, so I can easily make some fancy tokens. Then I have hit points, armor, action points, initiative, and attributes. So the basic stats of the monster, the kind of stuff that you would want to have for every single monster, that you would want to be able to share with the players, etc. That you kind of need in order to even run the monster. And then the only thing I have after that is a list of sections. Right, so the traits here, the attacks, the cold shots, they're all just treated as what I call sections. The idea being, if I want to add new types of sections like lair actions, mythic actions, just talking in 5e language here, I can do that very easily, right? I can do that on a per monster basis. I can do that just by adding a bit of text, right? So that's going to make things so much easier if I want to add some more stuff than just traits and attacks, which is what 5e monsters have. And then there's the loot, which Flareful is a survival type of game, which means the economy and the scarcity of the elements, the crafting components, etc. It's very, very important to the game, to the game's overall balance, etc. Which means I kind of need to give the GM some pointers about that. Please read Uncle Bob's clean code. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. I read it once already, and it was a mistake. The best code is the code that you can use. Doesn't really matter how clean it is according to some 50-year-old dude. But yeah, I have 3 ideas basically for additional field, and I kind of want like a temperature check to see what you guys think about these extra fields. Yummy spaghetti code. So one field I am considering adding would be some kind of attitude field, right? Some kind of, you would probably put it up there somewhere, not really sure where, but you would have stuff like, let me take some examples I had in my notes from some older playtests. I had stuff like scavenger, protects his family and will die to protect the ones he loves. I had stuff like raider, hunts for food and fun in equal measures. What else did I have? I had a bunch of ones which were basically just protective of its relatives, blah 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 blah. For animals, you had stuff like will be happy as long as it's fed, for example. So what do we think about that? Like, do you think that would be useful to you as a GM to have on the stat block itself, or would you rather have it like either not be a part of the stat block whatsoever? Would you rather have it in the description outside of the stat block? Do you think this would be helpful to you, basically, is my question. While the chat synchronizes, I'm just gonna... Oh, Michael says, I like that. A behavior indicator is very useful when trying to figure out how to run an enemy encounter. Alright, so I can add that. It's pretty simple. Having a few options to choose from or roll for behavior would be useful. Oh, well, that could be another idea. Instead of just one attitude, it could be attitude suggestions. Right. Michael says, especially since this is supposed to be highly tactical. So about the tactical part, I had another idea for another field, which would be action suggestions, right? Because this is an action point system, which means if you're a player and you've been staring at the same character sheet for the past 20 sessions, it's very easy to figure out what your character is able to do in a turn, right? You have your 14 action points or something, and you know that moving takes you this much and attacking takes you this much. I'm kind of afraid as the GM that you might forget things that don't appear on here. Things like the dodge action, things like the aim action, the grapple action, etc. That a lot of games would usually assume the monsters are able to do, but wouldn't really repeat on the stat block. I figure I could do like a section maybe in the stat block itself or just outside of it, which would tell you, okay, this monster could either A, do 3 attacks, B, do 2 attacks and move, C, do 1 attack and dodge, that sort of thing. I always struggle with that in D&D, when a monster can cast like 15 spells and I just don't know what to do. Yeah. So would that be better as part of the stat block, or would that be better as a part of the description for that monster, like some kind of tactical advice section within the description? Because that's definitely useful, I think. Yeah, for sure, absolutely. Sometimes I'm looking at using... Oh, something I'm looking at using is having each creature have a default encounter approach. For example, typically goes to the closest enemy and just keeps attacking. Jumps between enemies, landing single attacks on each. Keeps back and try to pick enemies from afar. That could be part of the third suggestion I kind of had. And if you've been playing, or if you've been looking at either the MCDM RPG or the new released Daggerheart playtest, you'll notice a little remnant from 4th edition, which is monster rolls, that is kind of making a comeback. You kind of have to blame Matt Colville for that, I think. He was kind of very vocal about how good that was and how handy that was in 4E. Yeah, I think I could add that like to the little italic text over here. That could be very easy to add. Again, I don't think I would want like a list that's set in stone for the monster rolls. I think it should kind of be on a monster by monster basis. I think the stat block has an easier access to check on the fly. Oh, that is true. I wasn't really sure what to do with this section at the bottom, because I could split the stuff so that it takes several columns and it doesn't look as bad. But I guess what I could do instead is have one column for the stuff and then one column for the action suggestions. I think that could be pretty useful. And then if your window is very thin, I would just bring the 2 columns and put them one after the other. Okay, so yeah, I think we're adding at least this, and it kind of covers everything. I think it kind of covers the attitude, it kind of covers the role, it kind of covers the action suggestions. So just by having this one extra category over here, we would be covering a lot of ground. So before we actually get some monsters done, we're gonna have to stare at some code and just add that real quick. So my stat block component is over here, and if I scroll all the way to the bottom, so we're gonna need to rename that to maybe footer. Then wrap everything in a little styles.stuff, which was the original class name. We put all of that in here. There we go. And we add a neighbor. And we're just gonna do the exact same here, which is tactics as a header and then a to-do, just to see how it looks like. Where is my Firefox? Oh, there it is. Okay, so right now it's stacked vertically. I just need it to stack horizontally if the container is big enough. And it should be good enough. So footer. If the width is over 600 pixels, then you have 2 columns. Easy enough. And now if I scale the window, yeah, everything's working just fine. Cool. Personally, I came to the conclusion that I want to build out a system for user-deployed trap systems, like throwing down a mine or something mid-combat, but was worried about the GM, even if accidentally mitigating a bit and either avoiding those traps or going out of their way to feed into them. Oh, that's definitely something I'll have to think about for the gadget system in Flareful. Because, yeah, putting down mines, I think I even have a mine item, if I remember correctly. Weapons. It's probably in there somewhere. Objects, weapons. Yeah, I do have a mine. But yeah, we kind of saw that exact same problem in 5e, which is that the trap spells, they're usually designed to be extremely unwieldy, is the way I would describe them. Like, most of them have a crafting component, most of them have a casting time of 1 minute, and that kind of sends me the message that those spells are not intended to be used in combat. And that in turn kind of sends me the message that players are probably not supposed to use those spells, which is a shame, because being a trapper is like a pretty nice fantasy. You see that in a lot of games. Like I think there's a whole trapper class in Dofus, for example. I'll have to look at how they do it in Dofus. It's been like 2 decades since the last time I played it. Okay, so what do? We add a field here. Tactics. Actually, let's just make it markdown for now. We'll see if there's a need to make it more structured later. If there's ever an option to create an online map, we could try having options to attempt to hide a place trap. I'm probably, and I say this knowing that the future is very weird and uncertain, and I tend to get myself involved with projects that are way too much. But I don't think I'm making a VTT for this game. A VTT is a lot of work, both to make it and then for people to actually learn how to use it. So there's a huge inertia, right? When people are used to Foundry VTT, for example, I would need to make something at least as good as Foundry VTT in order to convince them to play my thing instead. That kind of sounds like a lot for a single dev who's already working on like 15 projects at the same time. I spent too many weeks stressing over the idea that if the GM knows about the trap, it just ruins that system. But I think giving some default guidance on how the enemies should behave helps. Absolutely, yeah. Let's try that. Let's add some tactics to this guy, which is the scavenger, which I kind of used as an example stat block. There's going to be some markdown. So scavengers, I kind of want them to be the normal people, the commoners of this setting. The stat block you kind of default to if you don't have anything better. So scavs prioritize their loved ones. How could I present it? I could present it as a random table, I suppose. So 1d4 tactic. On a 1, you would do hide behind cover. Dodge or brace? Probably dodge. So that's kind of the typical attitude you would see from a scavenger, from a normal person in the wasteland. Here's the thing, though. Is that provoking some kind of reaction from the players? Would be my question. Wouldn't inventory or loot be more clear than stuff? Because I feel like stuff is way more general and vague. I can change that. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Oops. Stat block. Stuff. First impressions are pretty useful. Like this. To change some presentation. Where's my humanoid? There he is. Oh, I kind of need to align that better in case the columns aren't the same size. So let's just do that real quick. The footer, I would need to align items. I think it's start. Is that top in there? Nope. Start. Nope, that's not the one. Justify content. Start here. I forgot what it was. There's definitely a property that I could use here, but oh no, I just have some padding on here. Like an idiot. It's nothing, I'm just an idiot, don't worry. There you go. Yeah, suddenly things look better when you actually apply the style rules you designed for yourself. Okay. So we were on the scav tactics. I almost want it to be like, or at least to try making it a bit like a very simple state machine. Like if, then, that sort of thing. Instead of like a random table. Let's try to see how it looks like with a very simple if-then state machine. So that would be like condition tactic, and then default under half hit points. Last one alive. Loved ones under attack. Something like that. Oh, I actually need to display it in the stat block, sorry. Stat block. Scroll all the way to the bottom, and it's Markdown. There we go. A nice little table. I probably want that, if it's a full sentence, to be aligned to the left instead. There we go. Would that be something you would find usable? Like at a glance? Or would that be a bit too much? Or would that not be enough? That could also be an option. I do like the word circumstance better than condition, because condition is another thing, right? It's stunned, all of that stuff. I'm gonna write usual tactic to show that it's kind of the suggestion, but you're free as the GM to kind of ignore it if you want, if you think it's better for your story. Matched standard entries with a custom one. Oh, it was the second paragraph, sorry. The only issue I see with that, with the state machine version, is that it might be a little tough to make creatures feel more unique. The random table, I feel like it's a bit easier to throw together, and that is true. It could be on a case-by-case basis, right? If you have a creature whose entire aesthetic is that it's very chaotic, then the tactics table could be a random table. And if you have a creature that's very reasonable, like in the case of a regular human being, it could be a more if-then. That really depends on the volume of stat blocks you're going to have. I'm probably not going to have as many as 5e just because I'm doing this on my own. I don't have a whole team. But I do want to have like at least like a good 100, 150, maybe 200. We're not gonna do 200 today, but just to be clear. But yeah, I kind of want to have like a good number, enough to support a whole campaign, because I don't know about you, but personally, when I'm running tabletop RPGs, I usually don't run the same stat block twice, if that makes sense. Or at least not for the same group or not for the same campaign. I usually try to bring as much variety as possible. Sapient versus not sapient stat blocks. Yeah, kind of. You could have that be the difference. Just one be a random table and then the other a normal table. Another approach I kind of considered was that since this is a very tactics game, I'm gonna need to use Excalibur for this. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's the last video's list of stuff. We can get rid of that. I have it on record, it's fine. Okay, so this is my channel, which means you know exactly what you signed up for. I'm gonna do some game design theory nonsense. So there's a concept called the state of flow. I don't remember who made that concept. But basically the lesson is that I'm just gonna need like a lozenge over here and another one over here. Then send that to the back. And then maybe a completely white one over here. And where's... Okay, like this. I was sure that would work. Okay, like this. Then to back. And then send this even further back. I'm just gonna do a nice little nonsense just in case I want to make a clip out of it or something. Send to back and then send to back. Okay. And then same thing here. Instead of being an idiot, I'm gonna send this to the front. There we go. That's a bit smarter. Okay. So, game theory time. So there's this concept called the state of flow. I might have mentioned it in one of my videos. Which is basically that if you look at the difficulty of a game over time, it tends to follow this kind of curve, right? It tends to increase over time. The thing is, time is not actually your x-axis. The thing that's actually your x-axis is player power, which is made up of two variables, which is their character's power plus the player's skill. That's kind of how most games are balanced on a fundamental basis. Now, in 5e, this part is very important. The character power is 95% of the equation. They made a lot of effort to reduce the effect of player skill as much as possible by doing things like having saving throws that give you half damage on a successful save, right? So even if you have been playing D&D for 35 years, you would definitely take some damage by fighting a red dragon. It doesn't really matter how good you are or how much optimization you make for your character. 5e tries to reduce the difference between yourself and a completely new player as much as possible. My game, Flarefall, tries to make that at least a portion of the equation. So that makes things a bit difficult, right? Because I can't tell you how to balance an encounter based on the character power alone. I kind of need to take into account the player's skill now. That's also one of the reasons I can't do a battle sim. So the way I kind of figured I might be able to take this into account is by having what a lot of games have, which is difficulty settings, right? A lot of games you would have easy mode, hard mode, medium mode, that sort of stuff. And I think I could give you like a list of tactics for easy mode, a list of tactics for medium mode, and a list of tactics for hard mode, which grow increasingly complex and which grow increasingly effective. And that could be a way to present the tactics that could be very interesting, I think. What do you guys think in the chat? Do you think if I had like a little select button over here with easy, medium, hard, which would change what this displays, do you think that you would use it? Because I think I would. Let's just set it up just so I can show what it might look like, because it's very easy. So in creature, instead of having just a string here, you would have easy, medium, hard, it would definitely be usable. Well, then let's try to do this. The issue, I think, is the same as I mentioned above, which is that maintenance and development across all stat blocks. That should be easy. Like, even if a lot of humanoid stat blocks might have very similar tactics, that's fine. It's just copy-pasting. And if it's not copy-pasting, it's even better, which means... Because that would be... yeah, we're doing monster today. Welcome, Israel. We're trying to figure out how to present a monster stat block in a way that would be effective and interesting to players. This kind of relates to a concept I've been thinking about, the distinction between difficulty and challenge. I've had a DM fairly recently crank up the difficulty by just throwing a million extra enemies or swapping out the monsters for way overpowered ones, rather than increasing the challenge by having enemies react more intelligently. Yeah, that's kind of... Yeah, that would be like a... How do you call it? Like those sliding buttons on an amp, right? The dial. Yeah, that would be a dial given to the GM. You could use more monsters, you could use more powerful monsters, or you could just use your monsters smarter. So let's try to see how that looks like. So tactics. So this would be, let's just call it the medium tactics. There we go. And then on the stat block itself, I would need some kind of a state so that I could switch between the three different difficulty classes. So difficulty, set difficulty. And it's going to be, the type of this is going to be key off, creature, tactics. I think that's correct. It did not like it. Okay. No, we're good. Okay. So here I can just display this, and then I just need some kind of a button, a series of buttons, which if you click them, would set the difficulty to either easy or medium, or hard. And this is just for the sake of demo, but if we end up liking that, I'll make it all pretty and stuff. So like when you're already in easy mode, this button should probably be displayed differently, for example. Oh, this is okay. No, I cannot work with something that is not pretty yet. I'm just gonna do it real quick. This is disgusting. So it's in footer and then H3 button. Display inline block, actually, yeah. And then padding pretty small. There we go. That's much better. Okay, so now I can switch between easy, medium, and hard mode. I think I would look through it before the game and would be very useful. However, it would make monsters more predictable, which could be negative. However, it also adds to the Souls-like feel. I don't think monsters being predictable is necessarily terrible, because the fundamental aspect of tactics is that you're adapting to the opponent. So if you can predict the opponent, you can adapt to them better, right? And if by default, you're going to try to predict the opponent. The thing is, are you trying to predict your GM, or are you trying to predict the monster? Right? Because one of those is very difficult depending on who your GM is, right? If your GM is someone who has been playing fighting games for the past 15 years, you're probably not going to win rock, paper, scissors against them very often. Will we have monster rolls? I might add them like as a metadata field at the top. I'm not really decided yet. What I think I want to avoid is to have like a very set in stone list of rolls. Like only 4 rolls, and then every monster is part of one of these 4 different rolls. I think I kind of want it to be on a monster by monster basis. An option for rare items that you might or might not choose to add to a creature's loot or equipment. Oh, that makes things more difficult for me, but like I could do it. But I think I would rather treat like a creature with especially a humanoid with a different equipment. I would almost treat them as a different creature, right? Because the equipment determine. Okay, how do you say it? Determines. Okay, determines what a creature can do, which determines how effective it is in combat, and a whole lot of other stuff. So I think it would be more like a different creature. Tank, sniper, hacker, tactician. Yeah, exactly. The fact that I didn't think to have a hacker role is the exact reason why I shouldn't have a list of roles, I think. I should just have roles, period. But not a list, because I'm going to think of all the roles later. And that's going to make things so difficult. You could hack tags from PF2E. Yeah, kind of. The idea of tags is a good one, I think. A more free-form version of roles. Okay, so let's try to come up with some easy, medium, and hard tactics for this scav person. Okay, so in the easy mode, they're probably not going to have as many tactics, as many different tactics. They're probably only going to respond to 1 or 2 different things. So circumstance, and then usual tactic. So by default, how stupid do we want the scavs to be? Like, do we want them to even ignore cover in easy mode? Probably, right? I think they only have 10 action points, if I recall. Yeah, 10 action points, which means they would be able to attack twice. They run up to you and start lightly poking your side. And then enemy within 2 meters. Run up to enemy and use knife twice. That's kind of a nice default strategy, I think, for an easy mode scavenger. Shoot if ranged, fight on melee, and surrender if half HP or disarmed. Yeah, I should probably add like a surrender clause in there. Last one alive surrenders, right? Because just because it's easy mode doesn't mean humanoid enemies are disallowed from being able to roleplay. That should still send a message even to a new player like, oh yeah, you can talk with the enemy. Well, not last one alive, but more outnumbered, I think. Because if there's 4 party members and 3 regular scavengers left, the scavengers would probably give up. Even in easy mode, enemies should probably not avoid obvious courses of action, but could be an enemy panicking, failing to fully process the situation. Oh yeah, should I add like some roleplay stuff in there, like panics by default? Ignores cover, and then like I would be able to use this, but this isn't really for myself. So what do you guys think about the easy mode tactics for now? Tactics is neato. Maybe moral test. Could do moral tests, at least for humanoids. Trecodron. What exactly is the stat block for? Is it for combat or for everything? Because everything can be rather overwhelming. Right, that is definitely something I need to add to the how to use the monsters section. I'm just gonna write a to-do just so I don't forget. Do I have it in here? Yeah, here. Actually, I'm just gonna make it a new markdown file, which is to do 1 how to use stat blocks. And the question I kind of need to answer is, are they exhaustive? Or just what a creature is likely to do. Because, yeah, that's kind of important to set expectations. So I'll definitely need to write something about that. I would say, personally, I prefer treating stat blocks as a non-exhaustive list of things a creature is likely to do, rather than an exhaustive thing of everything the creature is doing. I think something like doesn't use cover might be better wording to avoid confusion. Oh yeah, that is absolutely true. So not ignores, but doesn't use cover. And in medium, it would be 6 cover and attacks with the pistol twice. What would be... I definitely want to portray these guys as the regular people, so I'm probably adding the loved ones under attack, even in easy mode. Or loved ones, maybe killed? That's kind of dark. Oh, my head is blocking the view. I'm just gonna move over here. Oh, what did I do? I'm invisible. Oh no. What did I do? Is it that I'm in the back or something? Oh no, I broke everything. Uh, that's awkward. What did I do? Okay, I'm just behind everything, but I don't know why. Okay. Why am I behind everything? We're gonna pretend this never happened, okay? The Modron is Mogon. Whoops. Okay, what I was trying to do is this. Just turn around like a normal person. Okay. So, loved one kills was a bit dark. What do I phrase this as? Because I want to have some kind of reaction to what the surrounding stuff is. Shy Modron. What never happened? I don't know what you're talking about. Um, loved ones. Nearby, maybe. Loved ones targeted. But here's the thing. I kind of wanted to have loved ones killed to say, like, the scav would avenge them even if it cost them their life. I just don't know how to say that in a way that isn't like going to traumatize people. Paranoid personality, advantage against charmed. Prioritizes bringing in help, stays away from danger. Territorialist. So those would be loved ones permanently reduced to 0 hit points. But let's go with loved ones attacked. Will fight, will avenge them even at the risk of their own life. Does that work? It's a bit wordy, but it kind of works. Will defend or avenge. Yeah, that's a lot less words. You could make it so when loved ones are in danger, they negate the outnumbered status. Do I introduce some kind of a priority system in here? Like, do I want, for example, I'm just gonna make myself really small and not as wide. Thank you very much. Do I want to have a system like you always pick the first circumstance that matches the reality at the table? So, for example, if you have two circumstances which match, you would take the first one. Or do I want it to be random, or do I want it to be at the choice of the GM? I'd assume the priority is in the order in which they are listed. Yeah. If it's a table, yeah, you would kind of assume there would be some kind of... I need to write that down in the how to use stat blocks document. How to use. So tactics, prioritize the last circumstance which matches the battlefield. I think it might just be better to have a sentence somewhere recommending to the GM that they use their own judgment if two circumstances are true. I could do this on a monster by monster basis as well, or even a difficulty basis. Like in medium or in easy, I could force the GM to use this, and in hard mode, I would be like, do your worst. Whatever feels like it will hurt your players the most, do that. But the GM can always overrule that. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I wanted to name this table usual tactics rather than tactics, because I definitely want the GM to be able to say, yeah, okay, cool, that's the tactics, except in my scenario, the scavengers are trying to destroy a generator. So what do I do? You know, like, it's going to change the tactics a whole lot as soon as you introduce side objectives and some complexity. No track playing. The music is broken now. Cool, cool, cool. This stream is going so well. Where's my music? Waveform, that's not the right one. VLC, please go back. Am I not on? Yeah, repeat. Yeah, it should repeat. I don't know what happened. It should be good now. La musique, yes. Default can be an exception at the top, or it can be at the bottom where it belongs. Do I want it? What order do you think makes the most sense? Do you match the first circumstance which works, or the last circumstance which works? For me, like naturally, to write it, it makes more sense to have it like the last circumstance which matches. But what matters is not what makes sense for me; it's more what makes sense for the people using the stat block, right? Which means it's probably going to be the opposite order from what I've been doing. Oops. I think as long as it's consistent, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's true. First feels more natural. I think so too, yeah. did I forget to add? Yep, I forgot to add this little guy. Makes a huge difference. Trek, let's not walk around the hot porridge. You're a programmer. I'm a programmer. Top down feels more natural. That is very true. That is also because I think in if then else statement. But in an if then else statement, you do put the default at the bottom, right? You stop as soon as one of the conditions works. So yeah, this order is probably the best one. So which is the most prioritized? Probably this one, just to communicate what this monster or this creature is about. Oops. There we go. Okay, so that's the easy tactics. Now let's go back to the medium tactics. Medium tactics. So default at the bottom. And then I need to get rid of this. Okay, get rid of the red everywhere. So this one is probably not going to change. Outnumbered will try to run away and avenge themselves next time, except in less words than that. What would be a good way to put it? Come back. That's more words. Come back for vengeance later. That's more words than the one I was trying to avoid. Runs away or surrenders if running away is impossible. Yeah, that's good enough. I'd like the most common first if it was possible. They probably will fire anyway. Yeah, that's kind of an unfortunate consequence of treating it as a in this order. Is that the most common one is the last one you read. I would assume, at least. Oh, yeah. Surrender or freezes, if possible. That's called an early return. You can tell Michael is a dev. If you make the most common first, you can just put an M dash into the circumstance instead of default. Faster to process. Yup. That is probably a good idea. Okay, executive goal. Most common first is probably more intuitive, I think. And I'm not going to change my opinion 3 times this stream, I swear. Probably. We're gonna see. Instead of framing it as priority, you can frame it as broad to specific. Yep. This stream topic is probably not my cup of tea, so I just like to say that I like very much what you do on the channel. Bon courage. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out, even if it's just for a few minutes. But yeah, Flarefall is by design pretty tactical, which means it's definitely not going to be for everyone in the tabletop RPG sphere. But I like that kind of gameplay, so it's at least going to be for me. Okay, so broad to specific is a good way to frame it. I'm just gonna write it down. Listed from broadest to most specific. And then we said, where's my humanoid? There he is. Instead of default, this guy. Welcome, Mr. Bad Guy. We're making some more of you. We're making some more bad guys. Although it has been 30 minutes, or no, it has been all over an hour, and I have made 0.8 bad guys at this point. But you know what? It's cool. That also goes in line with the general ethos in most tabletop RPGs, which specific overrules general, yeah. That might have been why I found it more intuitive at the start. Okay, so medium tactics. 6 cover and attacks with the pistol twice. Then if there's an enemy, when would the medium one use their knife? Probably not every time there's someone in melee. Probably when they outnumber someone in melee is when I would kind of codify that. Outnumbers an enemy within 2 meters. Run up to enemy and use knife twice. Otherwise, they are going to go back to cover and attack with the pistol. Then, do we want an under half hit point tactic in here? Or would that make the medium one a bit too complicated? Probably a bit too complicated is what I would say. You could also have them attempt to flee if they run out of ammo. Then for hard, if they run out of ammo, they will just charge with their knife. So for this guy specifically, I chose to make them the example stat block because I wanted them to be the simplest one, so they're using a pistol rather than a revolver, which means they don't ever have to reload. That's one of the properties of this weapon. Creating a default block is nice, you can reuse it later. Yeah, that's kind of the point, it's just figuring out how I want to format these things. Kind of use this as a building block. Yeah, these ones have just infinite ammo. That's not the case for every weapon, but for the regular pistol, that's the case. I have the weapons over here. Weapons. Handgun. Actually, I could give them a makeshift pistol. That's kind of the weaker version. You do have to reload that one, so it does make things a bit harder to run for the GM, right? Because you would need to keep track of ammo for every single scavenger on the battlefield. But I could. So yeah, just for context, for how ammo is treated in this game, because I might like tactics, but I really don't like just tracking ammo in general. So the way ammo is treated is you're always assumed to have enough ammo. You don't need to like cross out the ammo from your inventory unless a weapon has the rare ammo property, in which case it tells you the name of the item you need to use as ammo. So that could be something like a missile, for example. If I look at weapons with a rare ammo property, you have the thrown combat knife. So if you throw your knife, the knife itself is your ammo. You have the dart gun, which uses drugs or a dart, or poison dart. You have the grenade launcher, which uses a grenade. You have the frag grenade, which is the grenade itself. And I think there was a rocket launcher in there, which I skipped over. Yeah, which uses a missile. Yeah, that's probably a pain. I was mostly just thinking you were talking about when they might use their knife. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Every round, roll 1d6. On a roll less than the number of rounds that have passed, the enemy runs out of ammo. That's... Like, if you have 10 creatures on the battlefield, that just adds so many rolls. Like, 10 dx rolls per round. I already have a reload mechanic, which is that some weapons have a reload property as well. And after X amounts of attacks, they need to reload. It's not every weapon, but generally, like, the revolvers, the machine guns, those type of things, they do need sometimes to take a break. Okay, so in medium, I think in half hit points, what a medium opponent might do is to either dodge or brace, which increases their defenses, so that maybe the rest of their allies can swoop in and win for them. So that would be... Which one would be the best one for this guy? Because since they're the default stat block, I kind of gave them the default stats, which is average at everything. So they probably want to dodge, I think, which... so dodge is whenever you are attacked, you get to roll speed against the technique, I think, of your attacker. And if you beat them, the attack deals 0 damage. And if they beat you or they match your score, they get to attack you as usual. And brace is you get to add your vigor to your armor. So that's 2 slightly different flavored options for defense. Re-roll it for every enemy, 1d6 to work out the rounds which they run out of ammo. I do think I'll need a way to track ammo for bad guys, because in playtests it has been kind of a pain, to be completely honest. Like, I'm using a VTT, so at least I get to use like markers on my tokens to keep track of who has how much in their ammo. But if I didn't use that, like, I think it would be so difficult. Okay, so I think they're gonna take the dodge action. And I'm just gonna make a tooltip in here, just so that people who forgot what the dodge action does can quickly look it up. Okay, it works. If it's all pre-rolled, you only roll once and then track the number of rounds that have passed. It's a bit more narrative, but hey, if the combat ends before they run out of ammo, you can already tell this one has ammo during looting. So because I'm not tracking ammo for loot, I'm also not tracking ammo in here, right? I mean, because I'm not tracking ammo for the attacks, I'm also not tracking it for the loot. Like, there's no item in this game called like 44 round, for example. I could just make it like scrap metal, I guess. That would kind of be the equivalent. Okay, so we have under half hit points, they dodge, they move away from enemies and uses their pistol. If they're outnumbered, they surrender or flee if possible. And if their loved ones is under attack, they will always fight to the death. That sounds good to me for medium, I think. You could preset 2 rounds for 2 enemies. It's like average roll for damage on D&D. It's there if you need it. That was kind of the original intent of the tactics thing. Which means if I'm not doing it, I'm probably not doing a good job. We'll see when I work on a stat block which actually has a reload ability. We'll see how I figure out how to write the tactics for that kind of monster. Because it's probably going to look different. I can't tell you, for example, attack twice if some of the time you're gonna have to reload, right? Okay, let's do the hard tactics. So circumstance and usual tactic. Why is it outlining this in yellow? Does it want me to use a regular dash? That's kind of weird. I don't know why there's a rule like this in my text editor. It's fine. I can use an M dash. I'm allowed to do that. Give reload the same thing that Draconic Breath weapons abilities have in 5e. It would be even more tracking, yeah. Oh god. We'll see. It's probably going to be the next stat block that uses this kind of a technique. Or this kind of a reload type weapon. Aren't you making this all digital anyway? Tracking ammo for enemies could be automatized. So here's the thing. When you're running 15 scavengers, for example, you don't want to have 15 stat blocks. You want to have just the one. And I've kind of been wondering, how do I do this? Do I add like 10 different hit point life bars? Do I let you do like plus and minus so that it adds a different life bar? That could be an idea. I could do this. The question is, would people actually use it, you know? Also, if it's a tabletop RPG, there are going to be people who want to play pen and paper. So building the mechanics such that it's a huge pain will alienate. Is that the intonation? A number of potential players. Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to make a thing that is only usable with the online app. I want this to be an aid, not a replacement, if that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I'm not struggling with the 8 in alienate. I'm struggling with the first 5 letters. Because in French it's just alien. And I have a feeling it's not alien in English. You'll have to track hit points anyway, it's just one more thing. Yeah. But at least this is the rules page, right? Where am I? Okay, I'm just alt-tabbing wildly. This is the rules page, right? So I might do something like hit points tracker and resource trackers in a different page, right? Like an initiative tracker kind of page, an encounter builder kind of page. But at least for the rules page, I think I'm gonna keep it just read-only, static, super simple. Here is what the bad guys can do. The intonation should be alienate. Okay. I guess this setting is not going to have extraterrestrials. Because I can't even say it. Is there a... Okay, I thought there was some kind of a Z index problem, but no. It was just a scrolling issue. Okay, so hard mode scavengers. What is the most amount of hurt we can bring to the players with this very, very simple stat block? You definitely said it. Extraterrestrial. Yeah, exactly. So by default, this one is probably not going to change much. What else are they going to do? Do these guys want to grapple? They probably don't want to grapple anyone with that kind of strength. Yeah, hard tactics. What is the worst things we could do to players? The default tactic I don't think is going to change much from medium, but they might have some nastier tactics hidden down in the rest of the table. Let me look at the list of actions that I have in this system. Maybe that's gonna give me some ideas. So movement, sprint, dodge, brace, distract. Or do I want some kind of a one of the scavengers distracting everyone else? That could be interesting, using their environment to their advantage on hard mode. I kind of would want them to use the environment even in medium. I just don't know how to codify it, because the environment is going to have so much variability, right? It could just be red barrels which explode when you shoot them, but more than just covers, setting up traps. Focus fire, guerrilla tactics. one thing, it's probably not going to be the next entry on the list, but I'm still going to put it on the list somewhere, is what do hard mode enemies do if one of the players is downed? Enemy under half hit points. Focus fire on that enemy. Then if an enemy has healed another, focus fire on the healer. Throwing red barrels at the players. Oh, that is absolutely like 50% of the reason I even started a sci-fi setting is that I wanted to use red barrels. Group tactics might be difficult on a single stat block, because it would assume that all of their allies are the same stat blocks. Oh, that is true. That is very true. It does make things pretty difficult to explain. So I guess the condition for distract would be no ally is distracting enemies. So it's action distract on the closest enemy, I would say. For one reason, which is the closest enemy is probably going to be the melee player character, and the melee character is the one who will probably be dealing the most damage. Molotov. So these guys don't have a Molotov yet. I could add it to the stat block, but I think it would kind of not make a whole lot of sense if only the hard difficulty ones would think to use the Molotov that everyone has, if that makes sense. Do they get any benefit from sticking together? If not, then I'd suggest that they move away from everyone else, spread out to avoid attacks of opportunity, area of effects. Well, that is true. They probably would need to do that. Seeks cover. Move away from allies and attack with the pistol twice. So that's kind of their default behavior, I would say. Easy and medium. Why would I throw away my bottle of goodness? Hard. I have the greatest idea. Yeah. Could even add something like before combat, try to set up an ambush or something. That might be outside of the table though, like a smart scav will try to set up ambushes to overcome the difference in firepower with powerful enemies. Something like that. I think a grenadier would be better as a different unit. Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's definitely going to be some grenadiers in there. And by grenadiers, I of course mean people who explode when you shoot them just right. What other action could they be using? Use an object. Hide is probably not going to be something these guys do. Then there's the maneuvers. Right, I haven't had them use maneuvers yet. So that could be the difference. The dreaded red barrel people. Yeah. I mean, it's just a fashion choice. What can you do about that? They just decided to incorporate some very flammable things. Yeah, I think they would use flanking fire. What's the chance they would succeed on that? Would they? Yeah, not all of them would use flanking fire, but at least the ones who are far away would use it, I think. Before you roll the attack's damage. No, it's fine. Okay, so more than 5 meters away from enemies, use flanking fire to help allies. If no allies behind them. That's a good one as well. Instead of more than 5 meters away. The reason I chose 5 meters is that's the, what's it called? The long range of the weapon. Which means if they're further than 5 meters away, they're not going to be dealing enough damage to overcome most people's armor anyway. So might as well use their action to do some utility stuff and help their allies. Much more classical fantasy. Could you see this system potentially working as a more classical fantasy setting eventually? I mean, you could, like, it's just dice, you know, you could very much strip out all of the items and then strip out all of the class features and then strip out all of the stat blocks and make that a fantasy setting. But the reason I decided not to use 5e is that, yeah, flavor is not free. Like, it actually, the system is all of the items and all of the monsters and all of the sci-fi coded class features, if that makes sense. And all of the factions which we worked on, I think it was 2 weeks ago. The no enemies behind could also break if they're a lone enemy. Just flanking fire to help nobody. So what would be the right one? The right one might be there are allies between this guy and the enemies. Flavor is free, but you don't salt your ice cream. I feel like that allegory is so much smarter than I am on a Friday that I am not equipped to understand it. There are what would be I'm just gonna do more than 5 meters away from enemies. At least for this stat block, I think it's fair to assume there's going to be some allies. If only because one of the escape conditions is that they're outnumbered. I do need to have these two because they're kind of the entire identity of the creature. Salted caramel ice cream is delicious. Yup. Salt melts ice. Oh, okay. I think I got the... I think we're in agreement, which is that yes, you could take out all of the sci-fi stuff from this, but then it would just be a system that tells you you have action points and a d10. And that's not a whole system. Like you can't run a game with just that. Do I want to keep the distract one? I think I want to get rid of, or at least change the circumstance. Like, an enemy is using melee attacks, maybe? That could be a good one. The thing is, the table just gets bigger and harder to run. Because there's so many more conditions to think of when you're in hard mode. An ally is engaged in melee combat. Oh, that's a good one. An ally is engaged in melee combat. Use the distract action on that ally's closest enemy. The closest enemy to that ally. Well, I need to add a tooltip for the flanking fire. Action, and I think it's ranged maneuver type like this. It was not. There you go. Okay, so now you have the handy little tooltip. Words are difficult. So what do we think about this little tactics table right now? Do we think that's good? I'm kind of worried that there's complexity creep. Like, the easy table is just 4 rows, then it gets to 5, and then is that 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think the table growing as it gets more difficult is fine, since the harder difficulty requires more skilled players, as per the chart from earlier. I think it's fine to also need a more skilled GM. I guess, like, if the GM finds this a bit too difficult to use, they could just throw more monsters, and that would kind of still push the difficulty like that. Because yeah, the difficulty is also split into... can I make this bigger? The difficulty is also split into enemy power and enemy AI. Oops. So if running the enemy AI is difficult, you could also just increase the enemy power. And that would have the same effect, which is bump up the difficulty so that you stay in that little state where the players are having the most fun. It's also that if you're a more skilled GM, you're less likely to directly follow from this chart and more so use it as inspiration, in which case more suggestions is helpful. That's a way to see it, I suppose. It's just reminders that, oh yeah, I could use the flanking fire option, or oh yeah, I could use the distract action, and that's a good circumstance to use it. Because yeah, like it took like 10 minutes to come up with those two conditions. So it would be very difficult, even for an experienced GM, I think, to come up with that stuff in the middle of combat. But yeah, I think if that's good, yeah, I think I'm happy with this one. I definitely need to actually write the description, but I'm gonna do that off screen. As I said earlier today, I want to have at least some details about the world building, some details about like a random table of plot hooks for every single monster stat block. But that's the kind of stuff that's probably better to do off stream. So for now, what I'm gonna do is take like a 5-minute break, just drink a little, take some oxygen in my body, and then we're gonna come back and do some different types of stat blocks. I think it always needs to be assumed that some level of interpretation or creative liberty will be taken. Otherwise, you're just emulating a video game. Yeah, absolutely. That is the entire reason why I need to write this entire section, the how to use stat blocks. But yeah, that will definitely be in there. The idea that the stat blocks are here to help you, not to destroy your plot, you know. Just came back with some ice cream. Oh, I need some ice cream in my veins right now. Okay, I'm just gonna take like a 5-minute break. So see you in just a few minutes. Hello, hello, hello. I just got back. Okay, so we have the kind of blueprint of what a stat block should probably look like in this game. I guess it's time to write a bunch more. So what do you guys feel like doing? Do you guys feel like doing another humanoid? Do you guys feel like doing maybe another creature type? We have animals, we have robots. I'm kind of into doing robots. Just because those can get pretty crazy. So we're gonna try to find a robot. Okay. So for robots, I had a couple ideas. I've prepared a playtest that I haven't run yet, which was the players raiding a data center and trying to get past all of the security in it, so they could get some nice little juicy information. Oh, forgot to close my door. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. Horizon Zero Dawn style animal robots. That is definitely a thing I could do. I would need to find a way to justify it in the lore. But yeah, we can get pretty crazy with robots, because as long as you figure out a reason for that robot to exist. Oh, sorry, I think my dog is attacking the food bowl and asking me why there isn't more food, but it's fine. You already got the right amount. So yeah, I was preparing a one shot for a playtest, which was in a data center, and one of the robots I figured I would add. When you said raiding a data center, my brain just immediately pictured floating spheres that roam the rows of server racks with light beams that scan in front of it, or some kind of a scout type robot that would like ring an alarm. But that could be a thing. What I wanted to try was like some kind of a spider bot, like some kind of a security bot that would crawl through like the air vents, that sort of stuff. Floating spheres. Yeah, I mean, I kind of forgot I was one for a second. So I'm gonna write down the ideas I had, and then maybe we can make it not a spider. But yeah, spider drone. I'm just gonna copy paste the base one just so I have a nice little template. There we go. So type robot, and then I could make it like scout. Also level 0, I think. Like this would be like the very, very weak type of robot. Spiderbot makes things like, oh yeah, Stargate's replicators. Oh, those things were nightmare fuel as a kid. Environment, probably only urban. And that's where I kind of wish I had a data center or like a industry type of biome, but I think, yeah, my editor is going to shout at me right now because I haven't coded those as possible biomes. Watchdog Legion spider bots. Do they have spider bots in Watchdogs? I need to check that out real quick. Let me just YouTube Watchdogs spider bot. Oh, that is a different size than I expected. Oh, they get all wonky with the camera too. It's so much bigger than I expected. Oh god. Oh god. I thought that was like a stealth game. I need to play the new one. What the heck? That is absolute chaos. I'm here for it. But yeah, the kind of spider I was envisioning was much smaller. The kind of spider that could be small enough to yeah, fit inside of vents, exactly. It does fit inside of vents. Oh no. Oh no. Description is going to be something I do later. I do need to add a to-do in here because I just remembered what I wanted to do with the environment, which is one environment per what's it called? The types of city blocks, right? Like industry, residential, commercial, per type of city block. That was kind of the environment breakdown I wanted. I think the ones in Legion are smaller than that. They look like they're called infiltrator spider bots. What Trek played first was a digital trip from the very first game of the series. I need to play the new one. I've only watched like, I think it was a playthrough, the kind of no commentary playthroughs. Because I was a Nintendo boy back when Watch Dogs was big. And I don't think they had that series. Description token, we're gonna leave that for later. I'm definitely going to be getting in touch with a bunch of artists. Hit points. So the spider bot I kind of envisioned. Reaction stream. Oh no. I mean, if you guys find me some very juicy blog articles, I could do some reaction stuff, but I'd rather just work on this, to be honest. So yeah, the kind of spider bot I envisioned was almost like the kind of not suicide bomber is the type of the word I'm looking for, but yeah, they would kind of latch onto you and then blow up. So very small and easy to destroy. Probably like 3 armor. But also pretty fast. Which is where the danger is. So vigor probably as low as it gets. Yeah, kamikaze bots. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if you can link videos, at least it's not showing up for me. I think YouTube gets rid of links in the chat. Speed. Do I want the speed to be absolutely bonkers, or do I just want them to be kind of pretty fast? I think I want them to be really scary fast. Technique is probably going to be a bit above average. Presence, I mean, they're bots, so 0. Luck. What's the luck? Yeah, just average. I'm gonna go with average for the luck. 2 is average in this system. So for actions, what's a good trait for these guys? Because they're at once they're suicide type bot, but they're also scouts, right? They're kind of the type of bot you would use as security in a data center. Did seriously filter that message to? Yeah, anything with a link in it, I think, is just instantly. I don't have moderators right now on the account that I currently have 2 concurrent viewers. So I'm just using the auto moderation tools. And it's just getting rid of basically anything that it wouldn't want to show up on a video like this. So traits. We're gonna see if I have some fancy ideas for traits, but for now let's at least have the boom. So actions. Self-destruct, I think, is a nice little sci-fi name. Would be interesting if they don't explode until multiple get on you. Ooh. How do I set this up though? Because here's the thing. The way initiative works in Flarefall right now is every creature with the same initiative acts at the same time. With the justification that one doesn't carry enough explosive charge. Oh, so here's the thing. I could add a latch action first, and then that would make the self-destruct action more effective. So the self-destruct would go this spider drone and any other spider drone latched on the same creature explode. For each spider drone which explodes, the creature takes 1d6 fire damage. Let me indent this in a way that makes a bit more sense. There we go. So because of the way armor works in this game, if you only deal 1d6, you're probably not going to get through anyone's armor, right? Everyone's probably going to have about 5 armor, and you're only dealing 3-ish damage. But the moment you have more than one on you, because it's only one Spiderbot's action, the damage from different creature does stack up against the creature's armor. So now you can bypass the armor. That would be a way to set it up, I think. And then the other action would be latch. Which would be like a melee attack, I think. With very little damage, it would just... Or not even a melee attack, like, I don't think the latch would even deal damage. And this needs an action point cost. Essentially a grapple, yeah. But grapple uses vigor, and these guys have very low vigor. So this would be like a special grapple which uses speed instead. Grapple and explode is one way to do it. Another is delivering an electrical shock. Ooh, that could be another way. That could be another nice little ability for these guys to shock. Stun latch? So that would be 1d4. I need my damage types in there somewhere. Where's my damage types? There we go. I just need this so I can copy paste it. So that's electrical damage. It's a melee attack. And then as a secondary effect, and the Spiderbot latches onto the target. Do I need it to hit? Like, do I need the latch attack to... I would need there to be some kind of a roll, or is it just... As soon as you're in melee, they just latch onto you? I think I would want there to be some kind of counterplay besides just destroying the bot. So I think I would need the side effect to be on hit. That way you could brace or you could dodge, and that would reduce the chance of the bot latching onto you. If they're a more serious threat, then there should be a sort of condition on it. Similar to magic missiles. Oh, you mean like, is this damage affected by armor? Because yeah, this should count as an actual attack, which means I need to show it as an attack here. So melee attack, and then I use the same thing as here, so I have a nice little tooltip. And then as part of this attack, this spider drone and any other spider drone explodes. For each spider drone which explode, the attack deals 1d6 fire damage. Because yeah, this should be... could be affected by armor. If these guys are more pest than real threat, it's less of a problem for things to auto-succeed. This is definitely the type of enemy like I would want to have 10 of them in a battle, like a huge number of them. It's definitely more pest, but is the kind of pest that if you don't deal with, you would definitely be in danger, you know? Since I made their speed 4, I need this to be 14. And then I need to explain here what being latched means. While latched, whenever the target moves, the spider drone moves with it. And then I guess you would just destroy the spider drone to get rid of it. So I think having them automatically succeed on latching is fine, because it forces you to prioritize cleaning them up. If you don't, you'll get swarmed and have too many latched on you. Yeah. Because you, like, as soon as combat starts, you would see how far they are, you would be able to take countermeasures. They would probably come in waves as well. The thing I'm kind of wondering is that right now, since this is an attack and this is also an attack, you could do those two in the same turn, and then now you're not just dealing 1d6 with the self-destruct, you're dealing 1d4 plus 1d6, and that makes you much more likely to get past people's armor. So that kind of removes the incentive to have multiple spider drones. How many action points do they have? So if I follow the same formula as I do for players, which I don't have to, right? I'm not stuck in the mindset that monsters should follow the exact same math. But if I do, they would have 14, which is 10 plus the speed. I should probably fix the couple compilation errors, just so I can actually have a preview in there. There we go. It's in robots. There he is, a little spider drone. Does this guy... What would be an interesting cold shot on this guy? Probably you would be able to do a cold shot to make them blow up and deal area damage around them. So let's do that as a cold shot. Seems like a lot of action points for what they can actually do. Maybe they can also have some sort of movement-based abilities that use up action points. So for movement, the base rules is you have 2 types of movement. So I'm just gonna show them real quick. You have just movement, which is 1 action per square or meter or whatever you want to call it. And then you can sprint, and what that does is you move twice as fast, but you can only move in a straight line. So that's kind of the 2 type of movement. You can have, I could add a trait to the spider bot, which would say they can't sprint, for example. That's the thing I could do. Some sort of a special leap they do towards an enemy. Yeah, I could... Just thinking maybe that would eat up some of that 14 action points. Would that be a trait? Because that wouldn't be an attack. That could be an action, I guess. So name, leap, description, and that would be like 5 action points, I guess. Like that's roughly the equivalent of what you would call an action in 5e. What would be the effect of this, besides just being able to cross some difficult terrain, that sort of stuff? Maybe that would give them advantage on the latch? I could also use the falling rules. I don't remember if I've actually updated them, but I wanted to update the falling rules. Falling damage. When a creature falls for more than 2 meters, it takes falling damage equal to twice the height of the fall in meters. A creature can choose to delay the fall. That's my little coyote time rule. If a creature falls on another creature, the damage is split evenly between the 2 creatures. So maybe the effect of the leap is just it takes no falling damage. So if that's the case, that would be more a trait, I think. Advantage on the latch could be good, could also prevent from exploding that same turn. They get to you faster but slightly delays the explosion. Do they have enough to do all of this? Like, okay, so leap 5 plus self-destruct 5 plus stun latch 4. That's exactly 14. Oops. That's awkward. Ah. I could make the latch 5. That's kind of convoluted, but I mean, it would fix the issue. Like, they use some extra charge to power the leap, but that drains them too much to power the self-destruct right away. Ah. Another way I could do the exact same thing, like narratively it would be the same, just mechanically it would be a bit different, would be to make the self-destruct take 10 action points. That way, like, it's the only thing they can do on this turn, pretty much. And I think that kind of fits the dynamic we want here, which is like, they latch on you, then you have 1 round to react, and then if you haven't reacted properly, then they can self-destruct. Because yeah, I probably don't want them to latch and self-destruct on the same turn. And then leap would actually be a trait. What do I call it? Leaper or no? Leaper is another word in English. Jumper. Description. The spider drone can fall up to, let's say, what's reasonable here. Do I want them to fall on you from the roof of a building? Yeah, from up to 10 meters without taking any fall damage. I guess lightweight would be a nice little trait name. Lightweight frame. Because that's the reason it can jump, right? It's because it's made of steel and it's pretty small. So the load is pretty easy to absorb. Maybe they can fall from any distance so long as they fall on an enemy. Oh no. Oh, that's nasty. I don't have rules yet for if the creature you're falling on wants to dodge that. I should probably have rules for that. Headhopper. Oh no, the fact you have named this, I have to do it now. Does not take any damage when it falls onto another creature. That is disgusting. Oh, that is nightmare fuel. What did I do? What did I break? Where's the compilation error? Right, I forgot to actually add the cold shot. So name. What would be the name of the component you'd be shooting at to make it explode? Fuel cell. Description. Oh, this needs a DC actually. I probably don't want this to be very hard. I probably want this to be an easy cold shot. The spider bot explodes. Your attack deals 1d6 fire damage in an area of effect, and then it would be 1 meter around the spider drone, not bot. And then I need a tooltip on this. I think that's the one. Where's my robots? That was not the one. So what's my weapon property? Area of effect. Okay, it's just spelled out. Okay. Cool. Everything is working. Oh, wow. I rolled a 14 on this one. That is nasty. Just imagine looking up and pointing your flashlight at the ceiling just to see crawling with these bots. Oh no. Oh, detonation charge is pretty good. It does change the image of this bot a bit, right? From a scout to, yeah, the entire purpose of this bot is to self-destruct. There's another thing that's interesting with this, which is that if you stun the bot somehow, and granted, I need to put in more ways to stun the bot, but if you stun the bot, it won't have enough action points to actually use the self-destruct ability. The stun condition, I think, is you halve the target's action points. Yeah. Stun, your max AP is halved. I need to put in more ways to stun in this game, since it's not as much of a problem as it was in 5e. I think the only way I have right now for the players is the stun baton, which is actually I have a search bar. I need to actually use it. Except it doesn't seem to actually work. I need to use it so I can realize that it doesn't work, so I can actually fix it. Weapons. Stun baton. Yeah, this one on a critical hit, it stuns the target. So I guess you could stun the spider drones to prevent them from blowing up. Okay, but I think what we have is pretty good right now. We have a pretty good idea of how this thing plays. So, what kind of loot do I want out of these guys? Definitely not weapons. It's probably going to be definitely not currency, but probably scrap and electronics. And probably not a lot because you're going to be using a lot of those bots. Something like this would be good. Then in terms of items, I would say there would be a small chance to maybe loot a gadget from this. And I have the list of tier 1 gadgets here, so I'm just going to export it so I can reuse it here. I would say probably you would get just one. And you would get one 1/3 of the time. Oh boy, what have I stumbled into? Welcome, Chase. I am doing some game design for a little tabletop RPG I'm making called Flareful. It's this thing over here. And today we're doing some monsters. So right now we're working on this spider drone, which is like a security bot you would find in like data centers abandoned after the apocalypse. And the only thing that's left on this guy is the tactics. So let's do the tactics. So in easy mode, whoop, I'm just gonna get rid of the tactics I copy pasted from the scavenger. There we go. So in easy mode, I'm gonna start with the medium actually, because I think that's the one I have the most ideas for, and then we're gonna simplify it for the easy mode later. For medium mode, it wants to latch, and then if there's at least 2 bots, it blows up. So leap and latch onto the closest enemy. That's by default. And then so there's 2 spiders. How do I say this in the least amount of words? At least 1 other drone latched on the same target. That's when it self-destructs. Oh, that's a thematic. That's an appropriate subscription right there, Mr. Spider. Okay, so in medium, at least 1 other drone latched on the same target, self-destruct. Otherwise, leap and latch onto the closest enemy. Easy enough. Do we want more detail than that in medium difficulty? Like, would they use the dodge action? Would they try to hide maybe? Or is that more of a hard difficulty thing? I think it's more of a hard difficulty thing. If they are supposed to be just simple-minded pests that swarm, probably doesn't need to be more complex than that. Yeah, probably true. Then I guess for easy, the only difference would be it doesn't check if there's at least 2. It would just, if it's latched, it self-destructs. And then in hard mode, that's when it would get like absolutely Tucker's Kobold kind of nasty. Easy could eliminate them leaping, and hard could increase the number of latch before it explodes. Oh yeah, because if you have 2 creatures on you that are latched, only one of them needs to self-destruct, so you would keep that for the last one. But the other ones could just latch on you, even if they're already latched, right? They could use the stun feature. So, in hard mode, leap and latch onto the closest enemy. Then I'm just gonna copy paste this, but change the last thing, which is one of them self-destructs, the others use latch. Have them just use stun lash again if there's less than the threshold. Yeah, that's the default. So if there's not at least 2 latched on this target, they would just do the thing. I loved hearing about Playerful in your recent video. You're probably going to take my money from this. Well, thank you. If you want, no pressure there. you can become a member of the channel, because any money you put towards being a member of the channel, that will be a discount towards the price of this thing whenever I do end up selling it. I think I have it. Where is it? Oh, I need to be logged in, so just give me a sec so I don't leak anything important. There we go. I think I have a marketplace page on here that you need to be logged in to see. But yeah, I think... Where is it? Member. Yeah, there he is. Anyone who has been a member for at least 6 months cumulated will get a $20 discount and have the ability to buy it for about $20 instead of $40. I say pressure, do it. Yeah, don't be like financially irresponsible with this. Only if it's like what's it called in English? Disposable income. I was not looking at characters today. I was looking at monsters. There he is. And in hard mode, I definitely want these guys to use the hide action in hard mode. What would be the condition? Oh, my music stopped again. So something is... Oh, no, it just started back on its own. Everything is fine. I'm a professional streamer. So probably at least 5 meters away from any enemy. Hide and use cover. Like, I want them to be nasty in hard mode. I want them to be devious. These guys should absolutely give your players nightmares. Lying in ambush and then suddenly you have 12 on you. Yes, exactly. And at this point, the only way to get rid of them is to use like 2 grenades on your allies. Like, this is the kind of decision I want to force people to make. I'm a perfectly normal human being. Don't worry about it. Does the self-destruct specify that it does more damage per 1 lashed on? Yes, I think it does. For each spider drone which explodes, the attack deals 1d6 fire damage. So if you have 12 on you, yeah, you're just dead. You just explode. Like 1d6. Most people are gonna have about 5 to 10 armor, I would say. Like, except if you very, very specialize in tanking, you might get up to like 15, maybe 20 at high levels. So 1d6 is not going to be enough, but if you have 2, 3, 4 on you, that's going to be nasty. I'll support one day for sure. I have some priority stuff to buy first around the house. Yeah, absolutely. No worries. It's fine. Okay, so that's the spider drone. I think it's good. I think we could leave it at that, and then I'll do the description and the plot hooks for this stat block later off stream. Then let's do another one. What do we want to do? Do we want to do monster, animal, another humanoid, another robot? I'm kind of feeling another robot. Maybe like a security bot that's not intended for a swarm, more like the big, bulky, armored kind of robot. Just to have like those two together, like this one huge armored bot surrounded by spider drones everywhere. Maybe it can even like summon spider drones. Yeah, I'm feeling robots today. I don't know why. So let's just copy paste this. I like the idea of something that rises out of a hatch in the floor of the data center. I'm gonna give my players nightmares. Okay, so what could another type of security drone look like? I'm gonna write its type as robot, but tank, I guess. And for the name, it kind of depends on if you're not traumatizing your players, are you even doing your job as the GM? Exactly. I mean, it's a story. It's supposed to give you emotions, right? Fear is an emotion, right? Oh god, why am I wobbly? This is not supposed to happen. What do I call this guy? Security unit. Armored drone. Do we have something like Mr. Zircon from Ratchet and Clank yet? I like that little bot. I don't know what Mr. Zircon is. Let me just Google that real quick. Whoop. Mr. Zircon. Oh, that thing is adorable. Is it like a personal bot, or is it more like a character in and of itself? Because I do need eventually, I don't know if we're gonna do that today, but I do have a techie subclass, I think that's the one, yeah, which is a class where you build your own bot and then you're kind of playing as the techie and the bot during combat. That gives you an extra creature to take care of. And I do have a bunch of feature ideas for this class, but I don't have the stat block for the techie yet. So I guess I could do that. I could do the companion bot. It's not going to be very interesting for one reason, which is it's not going to have loot. It's not going to have tactics because the player is going to be in control of it. And it's not going to have a whole lot of features either, because the entire point of the class is that you get to customize it. But it is a stat block I needed anyway, so might as well make it real quick. So companion bot. I like the idea that of something that looks like that, but it normally sits on a base that rolls around on threads, but can detach from the base and fly up. Oh god, are we doing Power Ranger type stuff? Because I could. Oh god. Oh, some kind of a assembly. Oh, that is sick. I don't know what it would look like mechanically, but that is sick. There's so much potential there. It's a weapon you can throw out. Oh, the bot is a weapon. that's... I need to look at the weapons from Ratchet and Clank. I've never played it, but like I've heard a couple of things about it, and they go absolutely crazy. They have like black hole guns, they have disco guns. It is a vibe and a half, and I need to look into it. Okay, so companion bot, robot. Hit points is not going to be very high. It's probably going to be 10, I would say. Armor 5. The stats is going to be average in pretty much every aspect, which means the action points are going to be 12, initiative 2, and then let me get rid of the spider bot's nonsense. Let's get rid of the loot, because it's not going to have any. The interface is probably going to break if I don't actually have any loot in there. What's it look like right now? Creatures of the wasteland. Robots. It's fine, it doesn't break too bad. I probably need to stack those up vertically if I detect that they're very unevenly matched, or even just hide this section entirely. Yeah, I'll probably just hide the section. That's why I like Guardians of the Galaxy, Ratchet and Clank, and Borderlands. I like more wacky science fantasy rather than realistic in general. I do too, it's just my brain is not equipped to even come up with half of the nonsense these guys have. Like, these games are so good. I just hope I can match the level of craziness these guys have come up with. The Doom Hunter from Doom Eternal. Let me Google that real quick, because I know Doom also gets pretty crazy. Oh, that is beautiful. That is a beaut. Yeah, you just replace the fleshy parts with even more robots, and yeah, that is a boss right there. And can it separate into like different parts as well? Because that is wonderful in the worst possible way. Why does it have a skull on its gun? We'll never know, but it's definitely useful. There's so much going on here. There's like this thing at the bottom. Is this like a machine gun? There's a bunch of anti-air missiles here. There's a chainsaw kind of thing. There's a minigun. There's so much. Welcome, Vincent. We might be looking at an absolute beauty right now, but what we're doing today is we're doing monsters for the post-apocalyptic kind of tabletop RPG that I'm making. We've made spider drones and they're absolutely atrocious. I believe once you damage it enough, the base breaks off and then it's just a body part flying around. Ooh. Ooh, that could be like a phased monster. Oh, ooh. I don't know how I want to treat it. I could treat it as a phased monster, like you deal enough damage, it automatically goes into that second phase. Or it could be a cold shot option. You could destroy the base as a cold shot, and then that would kind of nerf the monster for the rest of the battle. Well, not nerf it, but like change its entire playstyle. Stun, the most hated mechanic. I mean, in 5e, I am right there with you. I pretty much don't ever use stun in D&D ever. But in this game, it's a bit different. It doesn't take your entire turn away, it just halves your action points. So in this game, I'm much more okay with using this condition. Would make it weaker, less armor, but a lot faster. Ooh. I like that. We're gonna need that. Let me just finish the companion bot real quick so I can get that to that nonsense. So tactics is just not going to have any tactics. I'm just gonna delete all of this because this is the player version of the bot. Oh, what am I doing? There we go. Typing is hard. It is my job, but I'm still bad at it somehow. Okay, that's the companion bot. It's the least interesting stat block this game is ever gonna have. The entire point is that the player is the one making it interesting with the customizations. But now, let's talk about whatever we end up calling this thing. So the robot tank. So what do we call it? Security assembly. Let's go with that for a second, and then maybe we're gonna come up with a better name. Security assembly. Still urban only. Hit points. This guy is going to be huge. Probably at least 20, I want to say. Oh, snap, we have a new member. Thank you, Wise. Are all monsters modular? No, not every monster is modular, just this one. The entire point is that you have a class in there, which is called the techie. And their entire class is that they get a bot and they get to customize it. They get to do some sci-fi stuff like reroute the power to the engines. That sort of stuff. Security drone Archon means leader and just sounds badass. I absolutely agree. I think there's an Archon in XCOM. Oh yeah, these guys. Oh, I hate them so much. Security pun on a medical bot. You know, if you put puns in the chat, I will have to use those puns. Like, it is the law. I cannot resist the pun. It is stronger than me. Pretty hard to balance toolbox companions. Yeah, don't worry. The techie, like most of the augmentations you can put on the bot are not game breaking. They should be. As soon as we have the companion bot stat block, I can actually playtest this and then I can make the adjustments. So we're gonna figure it out. It's fine. Archons are from the Protoss. Oh god, I am showing my lack of age right now. I got into gaming like just as StarCraft 2 was starting to peter out, I guess. The security bot would be a great thing if you could install it in a base or vehicle that will automatically heal you when you get inside. Ah, that would also almost make it more like a gadget, I guess. Where's my gadgets? I would also almost make it like a peripheral. Like, how do you call it? ECG? Is that the thing? No, that's for the brain. What's the name in English for the heart shocking thing? I said pretty hard, not impossible, yeah. Icons from StarCraft look pretty cool, I would say. More of a Zerg guy. StarCraft Archon. They're gonna be full of energy and stuff. Yeah, that works for StarCraft, but it's not gonna work for this game, I think. It's a bit too alien or extraterrestrial or whatever. Defibrillator, thank you. I'm imagining a little dude floats around in the middle of, on one arm and a defibrillator on the other. I am absolutely making like a robot NPC that kind of fits this little aesthetic. Let's do the security assembly. So we said it's huge. It's gonna have very hard armor. Let's make it like annoyingly hard armor. Action points. It's probably not going to have as much, but I need to do the stats first. So vigor. Yeah, this guy is gonna be huge. Speed, just average. Technique. I mean, it's a robot, so a bit above average is fine, I think. Presence. If this is a security robot, I think it would have like some pre-recorded "please get out of the premises" type of a voice. So I'm giving it a bit of presence, just average. I get the feeling you'd make a good villain, Drake. I will take this as a compliment, which I guess means I'm agreeing with you. So action points. 12, initiative 2. Just average type of speed. Okay, for the traits. So in the end, do we want this transformer type villain to be a multi-phase encounter, or do we want the players to have control over that? I think it's the entire point of cold shots is more to nerf the monsters, so I would probably prefer going with the multi-phase type. So breakable. Oh god, I cannot type. Could have some advantages to present when it's in its lair. Oh, we need a lair action thing. we're gonna give this guy so much. It's gonna be a nasty. So when reduced to 10 hit points, we gave it 20 hit points at the max. The security assembly. its base is destroyed. After that, it becomes a flying robot of death. Which is exactly the kind of sentence I want to put in a in a stat block. Its armor is probably reduced to half, 6. And its speed is increased to 4. Which means it's... Oh, what do we do if a creature's initiative changes? That makes things a bit weird. Like, if it's initiative 3 when this guy's speed increases, does it immediately take a turn? Does it... I think it's probably best not to change the speed and just change the action points directly. That kind of makes things a whole lot easier to keep track of. Increase to 14. Wait, player full will have action points similar to Pathfinder or DC 20. So it is an action point system. Sorry for not answering earlier. But you have a bit more action points. It's not 3 or 4. It's more like 10 to 15, and then attacks usually cost you anywhere from 4 to 6 action points per attack, basically. So if you've played the first Fallout games, I think, were kind of like this. The medic bot, on the scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your pain? That is a sentence I need to say to my players. Just as I land like a triple crit on them. That is exactly the right setting for this sentence. Could also be that they have an action to permit... Oh, to break away from the base voluntarily. Maybe what I could do is the base explodes like at the start of their next turn, so it kind of gives you like some time to escape the explosion radius. It can move 1 AP for 1 meter. Oh, 2 meters for 1 AP. That would mean it moves almost like 20 meters if it wants to, or 40 meters in a straight line. It would be neat if it could immediately take a turn, but only to move, to show off the change. Ooh. That would make things pretty nice, yeah. In play, like that could break... That could force the player to adapt if they're like a melee character and they had a plan in mind, and suddenly the situation changes in the middle of their turn, which is a good thing for this system, I think. You kind of want the situation to change and the players to adapt. I'm gonna write it down here. I'm gonna make it 2 paragraphs just to keep it clearer. So at the end of the security assembly's next turn, the base explodes, dealing... It needs to be pretty chunky. (3d6) fire damage to each creature within probably like 5 meters of it. It's a huge explosion. When reduced to 10 hit points, the security assembly's base is destroyed. The security assembly's armor is reduced to 6. Its maximum hit points are increased to 14. And it can now fly. There's no reactions in this game, so how do I phrase the idea that it flies away when this happens? When the base is destroyed, the security assembly can fly up to 5 meters away. Does that make sense? I think the paragraph didn't work for some reason. Oh, because I made it inline and then it broke everything. Oh no, I'm an idiot. I'll fix that later off stream. Does it work if I maybe add like a separator? Nope. Yeah, I'll fix that off stream. It's fine. Not sure if this idea will pertain to this robot, but what if you have a robot that can split at the waist? One robot is the legs and the other is the torso, and they can combine again later. I think this would be a different bot, yeah. This one is more like a two-phased encounter. But I definitely want some kind of Power Ranger assembly sequence. That would be sick. I will put the word immediately in there just to clarify that it interrupts whatever else is happening. Yep. That makes things clearer. Is 3d6 too much? Oh god, that is a lot of damage. 25, that's enough to one-shot most player characters. Probably not 3d6. Then again, players do have a bit of time to react. But it's very... Like, the way I have it set up right now is very initiative dependent, which I'm not a fan of. Like, if this guy acts on initiative 2, and the player character who destroyed the base acts on initiative 3, you basically have 0 time to respond. I think if it's a boss, it's not too bad, plus you have time to run away and avoid it. How do I phrase this? Because I basically want to give the players 1 round, so it would need to... The base would need to explode at the start of the same initiative round. There's no good wording for this that I know of. It's this part that needs to change, I think. Like, it needs to be the exact same initiative. The max you should be getting from 3d6 is 18 unless you're missing something. Yeah, in this game, the way crits work is that when you roll the max value on a dice, it explodes, so you roll it again and you add to the total. At initiative 1 or 0, I guess I could do as well. On the following round, that could give you up to like 2 rounds of combat, but I think that's fine. Yeah, probably gonna go with that. The set initiative count just on the next round. That works for me. On initiative count 0 of the next, on the following round, maybe something like grunts from Halo. They're slower than the player, but have an obvious visual indicator, but the GM would have to describe this, I guess. I need to play Halo. I'm a filthy casual who has never played Halo, unfortunately. So Halo grunt. What does this look like? Is it this guy? What's the visual indicator on this guy? Is it the huge bulbous reactor kind of thing they have in the back? Because if that's the case, I already have a mechanic for that. In this game, you have cold shot options, which is basically every single monster lists different ways you could do special attacks against that particular monster. Grunts will hold a flashing grenade and run at the player. Okay. Oh, that is... Okay. I get what you mean. Okay. Ah. I probably need to add a few words in there to say that the base doesn't move when the now flying assembly when the base is destroyed, it stays in place and the security assembly can immediately fly up to 5 meters away. On initiative count 0 on the following round, the base explodes, dealing, let's make it 2d6 fire damage to each creature within 5 meters of it. And 5 meters is huge, mind you. Like, it's going to take half of your action points, usually, to get out of that blast radius. So that's a cost that players would usually not want to have to pay. So that's a nice little dynamic there. But if it's the only thing this monster brings to the table, it's not gonna be enough, is it? So let's talk about the actions. Actually, I need to rename actions because I forgot to make it plural everywhere. I just realized. And then I made it attacks here. Okay, we're good. Okay, so what kind of nonsense armament could this guy bring to the table? We'll also do 3d6 within 2 meters and 2d6 within 5 meters. Ooh. Could make it like 3d6, but then you take half damage if you're further than X meters away. That would probably like, be a good medium between having to roll too many dice. To each creature further than within 5 meters from it. Creatures further than 2 meters take half damage. You can compromise, use less AP to get a bit away, or more AP to get all the way out. Absolutely. I'm even inclined to increase the blast radius even a bit further because of this. Let's make it 8 meters. I'll probably change it after playtesting, but let's make it 8 and 3. That sounds like at least it would create a good scene, you know? Like, it would create a cinematic moment. Okay, let's talk about the weapons on this thing. You probably want to increase the distance the assembly can move to match the blast radius. Oh, that is true. Let's make it just fly 10 meters away. What did I break? Right, this thing that I'm looking at. Name. So, description. There we go. Just so it compiles. So I can look at the list of weapons. Because here's the thing. Do I want to use a regular weapon for this guy? Or do I want to come up with a unique thing that only this robot gets? So I could have a Gauss rifle could be interesting. A rocket launcher would be appropriate. A flamethrower on this guy. Ooh. Giving this guy a flamethrower would be nice because the flamethrower has a area of effect. So when it's still stuck inside of its base, it would be difficult to get the most out of it. But once it's flying around and it can move really fast, it would be very easy for it to get 2 or 3 player characters inside the area of effect. So that could be an interesting one. Grenades. No, I think I'm going with a flamethrower on this one. At least as one of the weapons. So flamethrower is 6 action points. How about a weapon where you can switch positions with someone else? A switcheroo move. What would that look like inside of the fiction? Because I don't have teleporters in this setting. So as long as we can come up with a way, like maybe a grappling hook, so it can pull people to itself. I could do a grappling hook. That could be nasty. Just stand inside of its own explosion and then pull people into it. Okay, so flamethrower. Let's just copy paste. It's 1d6 fire. And then all of these properties. Ranged, and its weapon prop. Oh, it's a reload weapon, so I might want to give it like some, maybe a melee attack that it can use without having to reload. Another way I could use the whole positioning thing is maybe I could give it like a pushing attack. Since it can move pretty fast when it starts being able to fly, it would fly behind you and then push you into the explosion. That would be nasty as well. Oh. Reload, and then two-handed. I probably don't need to care about two-handed for a monster, because they're not going to be switching their loadout around. One arm is a flame cannon, the other is a chainsaw. Yes. Okay, does it have anything else? No, it's just that. Okay. Did the tooltips work? They did not. I think it's weapon prop singular. There we go. Okay, now it works. So I have the attack all working just fine. I forgot to make the actual icon for the fire. There we go. Flamethrower here. Okay. That makes things a bit prettier. Okay, and then for a second weapon, we said something to push enemies around. So I do have a weapon that is designed to push enemies around. Where is it? I think it's the baseball bat, but it only works on a crit, which I think is not good for this weapons. Yeah, baseball bat. On hit, you can push the target 1 meter away from you. On a critical hit, you can instead push it 5 meters. Baseball bat launcher. A baseball bat is nice, it just doesn't really fit the whole aesthetic of a security robot. What would be like a sci-fi name for something that you hit people with and then it just does a shockwave? Oh, I do have this as well. The jackhammer gauntlets. Which for players is I think the only melee weapon which you need to reload. The idea is being like, kind of like what's his name in Arcane? The one with the huge gauntlets? I mean... Oh, yeah, Vi. Yeah, Vi uses it. Who just reloads her actual arms every now and then. But for a security bot, that could be... Like, maybe the security bot gets to ignore the reload property. Hardlight lasso to pull stuff in. Ooh. Oh, it deals a heck of a lot of damage as well. Let's make it a jackhammer gauntlet. If only because that gives players an excuse to actually loot the weapon. So description... I feel like pulling in makes more sense for a security bot than pushing, because they want to apprehend it. That is very true. Huh. Instead of a weapon, I could make it like a hard light prism. One of the prisms I wanted, and I haven't worked on them yet, is basically an expanding sphere. So you could make it appear wherever you want, and then it would just push people away from that point. Also Blitzcrank from League of Legends, yeah. It could kind of manifest an expanding force field into existence, and then anyone caught within it would just be pushed and take maybe a couple bludgeoning damage. What do I call it though? I haven't thought through what I want to call the prisms. Shockwave prism for now, at least. I'm gonna have a name at least that way. So do I treat this as an attack? Probably, yeah. I'm just gonna say it deals 1d8 bludgeoning damage. I need to copy paste the bludgeoning icon. There he is. This is probably gonna change as soon as I actually do some research on the prisms. Do I make it ranged? Yes, probably. But then it kind of overlaps with the flamethrower. I might have to change the flamethrower and instead give the shockwave prism and a melee attack. And then the area of effect is a 1 meter radius sphere within range. And then the range is 5-10 meters. And then the secondary effect is creatures within the area are pushed. Let's make it 3 meters away from the center of the area. And as another secondary effect, since this is hard light, the area is occupied by a hard light construct with 10 hit points. Until the assembly bot, the security assembly. Oh god, I cannot write. Security assembly uses this action again. Also, when a creature gets pushed away by the sphere and they're playing on a grid map, how will they know which space they will move? Let me pull up a grid map real quick. Is that a problem? Oh, I picked the worst resolution. Decline. Can I zoom? Okay, there we go. So let's say you're on the square with... I'm trying to find like a plant that's well centered. Okay, let's say you're this little cactus here. If the sphere is centered on this thing, you would just be pushed this way, right? Or am I missing something? Like, when a creature gets pushed away by the sphere and they're playing on a grid map, how will they know which space they will move? I'm trying to understand in which case that could be a problem. Alright, let's go with that for now at least. Okay, so we have the Shockwave Prism, which I think is going to replace the Flamethrower. Because there's no point in having the two of them since both of them are about area damage, I think. And then we give it a lasso. It would be a 1 meter radius. Yeah. The area is a 1 meter sphere. And I guess there's some people who use the corners on gridded battle maps. But even then, like, yeah, you would be pushed away from the corner, so it would still be fine, I think. I think it's fine. We'll see. I'll definitely playtest this guy. I definitely want to throw a huge robot at my players. So we're gonna see in playtest if there's any issue with this. Description. So, what do I do with the lasso? It's also kind of a ranged attack. Just this one is going to be single target. I would say a lasso is also bludgeoning. I guess you could make it slashing. Nah, bludgeoning is fine. The range on it is going to be pretty small, though. I mean, 5'10" is already pretty small, in a sense. But probably like 3'5" would be a nice one. Any other prop? No, I don't think so. So the target is pulled to a space within, is pulled within just 1 meter of the security assembly. And that should already be a nice kit for this guy. Oh, cold shot options. I hadn't thought about that, but this guy needs some cold shot options. What's some nice cold shot options for a huge robot? Probably like one of them would be to reduce its armor permanently. So name. What would be a nice little sci-fi term for this? Like some kind of a joint or a plate. A plate joint, I guess. I'm gonna find a better name later, I guess. This should probably be pretty hard because it's a huge reward to reduce an enemy's armor. Reduces the the security assembly. Armor is reduced by... Would 5 be good? I would need to change the base armor then, I think. Let's make it like 15, and then after it loses its base, it would be reduced to 10. That way, it starts at 15, then you can use a cold shot to reduce it to 10, and then when it breaks its base, it's reduced to 5, which is like completely reasonable. Does this guy need another cold shot option? Probably. Ooh. My dog fell. My dog is looking at me like it's time to go for a walk. So I might not be here for a whole lot longer. One idea for a cold shot for this guy could be you could attack the prisms directly. You could attack like the hard light projectors and kind of break the prisms. Oh, by the way, since this is a lasso, I should probably like restrain the creature. Until the lasso is broken, 10 hit points. Or the security assembly uses the lasso on another creature. Hard light generator. So that's probably going to be a bit of an easier cold shot. And what that would do is it would reduce the hit points of the hard light constructs, I think. I haven't decided yet. I haven't made a rule for that, but would you be able to use the same cold shot multiple times to reduce the armor to 10 and then 5 and then 0? Oh, that would be nasty. Ah, I hadn't thought about that. I do want, because if you use the two cold shots and they can't stack, and you're a technique based character, like there's nothing left for you to do in the entire fight, which would kind of suck. So I kind of want the cold shot options to be stackable, but then if they're stackable, then this one has a whole different meaning. So does the robot open up their arm and a lasso shoots out? So the idea of a prism is part of the world building for this little game. Let me check if I can find the article real quick. So in this setting, you have a thing called hard light, which if you've mentioned Halo, I think earlier, was it you? So you would be familiar with the setting. It's basically tangible holograms, holograms which you can walk on, you can make buildings out of. And so that's what he shoots. He shoots a lasso made of holograms. And the reason it has hit points is that most of those hard light constructs, they're kind of glitchy in the post-apocalypse. So they don't work very well. Which means normally they would be like completely indestructible, but these ones you can actually shoot and destroy. The target, I should probably explain this inside the stat block itself. The target is pulled by a hard light rope until it is within 1 meter of the security assembly. It is restrained until the lasso is destroyed. Okay, so the hard light lasso works just like a real lasso, mechanically speaking. Yeah, exactly. The only difference is it looks sci-fi. And yeah, it can be destroyed, but then you can just make another one as well. So it's not limited. Yeah. I guess that's another difference. So the hit points of any hard light construct created by the security assembly are reduced by 3. Okay, so I'm gonna make the 2 cold shot options stackable, which means I'm gonna need to make them a bit weaker, unfortunately. I'm just gonna be real obvious about it that this effect is intended to stack. There we go. So at least you're probably not going to run out of things to do as the cold shot specialist of the team, because you would need to use this cold shot successfully 5 times, and then this one successfully 4 times, I think. So by the time you get to that, yeah, the battle is probably going to be over. What's the problem you're trying to figure out currently with the lasso? I was trying to figure out, because one of the cold shots is you hit the prism which generates the lasso. And I was trying to figure out how to make that cold shot stackable. But I think what we have right now is it's fine. It should work pretty well. I should probably add a third attack to this guy though, just in case. Because once it has restrained you with the lasso, it probably doesn't want to hit you with the lasso again. Because the lasso doesn't deal a whole lot of damage. It probably just wants to just bonk you on the head. Should I give this guy a stun baton? Because, I mean, it is a security robot. Yeah, I'll give this guy a stun baton. So it's 4 action points, 1d4 plus your vigor damage. And it's electricity. I think this guy's vigor was 5, yeah. This attack... Sorry. This attack is going to hit very, very hard. And it's a melee attack. Does it have any other properties? Nope, just melee. The other property being, on a critical hit, the target is stunned. Okay, we have the 3 attacks here. We have the 3 attacks, we have the cold shot options. This guy just needs some loot and some tactics. I'm gonna need to hold out on the loot because I haven't implemented the prisms yet. So I'll just do like a label for now. Shockwave prism. Let's give it 50% chance to actually drop. And then same for the lasso prism. Then it has a stun baton. Should it drop any other item? Oh, probably some armor. This guy is a boss, so he's gonna have a whole lot of stuff. What else? Any vehicle should a robot drop an entire motorbike? Probably not. Repair kit. Oh, it could drop some repair kits. Probably 2 to 4 repair kits, if it has any. A nanochip. A nanochip is the item I use to like store data of any kind. It's kind of like a USB stick. I kind of want to have it drop from some monsters, but due to the nature of this item, the moment I add a nanochip to a loot table, it kind of asks of the GM to figure out what is on it. And that I'm not super comfortable with. Because it's kind of a plot item more than a loot item, I guess. And no nanochip. I am, however, going to add some Tech 2 gadgets. Tech 2 gadgets. Label. And it's probably gonna have like 1 to 3. And for resources, that's when it's going to have a whole lot, because this guy is a huge robot. So 20 scrap and another 20 to 30 electronics. Got pulled away on a full call, catching up on 2 times speed. Well, welcome back whenever you actually reach that point in the VOD. Why is my... Why did it decide to break the text this way? This is probably the worst way to balance this character sheet. I need to figure out the styling on this thing. It's not great right now. But okay. We have loot, we have actions, we have a nice little cinematic moment. We just need some tactics. But it is walk the dog o'clock, I think. The way he's staring at me right now is making me feel very guilty. So I might have to end it here for today, though. Because I know the tactics can take a while to get, especially since we have 3 tiers of them. So yeah, I'm probably gonna end this stat block off stream after lunch. But thank you everyone for hanging out. It was a nice little stream. We made some monsters. We made an absolute nightmare of a spider drone. We figured out what we wanted the stat blocks to even look like, which is a very good amount of progress. Because this thing is important. This is you're gonna be staring at that a whole lot if you play this game. So yeah, I think. Do I want to do another monster stream? I think next stream is also going to be monsters, just different types. We've done robots a whole lot today. We're probably gonna do animals and monsters and humans next time. It's either going to be more monsters or I'm actually going to have to work on the prisms because I realize if I want to give the monsters the items in the game, I need to figure out what the items in the game are in the first place. So it might be prisms. We'll see. But yeah, thank you for hanging out and see you next time.